Hello. Greetings, welcome, all that good stuff. So get that closed, move this over to here, and we are back. Sort of. There we go. Right, let's go check in, shall we? Oh yeah, sorted my outfit out so it's not like partially glamoured. Cause it were looking pretty weird. I do have to say. Praise the 12 that you're hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Americ's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. You conversed with Midgard Soma? I swear if anyone else were to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Wormlord did not perish, and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Less of resurrection and more of rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Aymeric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgard Soma in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relationship with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. Looks at Minfilia. As for how we shall prevent our revelation to Sir Emeric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Is there something you are not telling us? You seem different somehow. It's almost as if you're missing something. Something important. 12 for Fend? Midgard's almost stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? I see. It's a relief to hear you are otherwise unharmed. Beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard Sama made a mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths surrounding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Althik and Nemir, Brother Time and Sister Fate, decreed that Midgard Sama ever watch over the source, from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this covenant of which he spoke, what if this was a covenant of which he spoke? It was not the gods whom he treated, but Heidelin herself. Well, if he is watching over you, as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter between ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn, or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? I'm not very good at deep voices, especially not at the moment.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the walls to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Yeah, about 20 quests, I imagine. Give or take a few big fights.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Boldly stated, but I remain unconvinced. The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once has their enemies breached their defences and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of this situation. Though it was not Midgard Salma who roared, a call to arms by one brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance. Pray that our fears are unfounded. Ere I forget, I believe Moonbreeder has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts combating the Asians. Pray inform her of that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. Just catching up on stuff. Yeah, that's fine. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Asians are next on the menu. Let's head to the Solar, shall we? Just in case anyone's confused, last session Midgard Summit removed the Blessing of Light, so we should still have the Echo, just we won't have a Divine Shield to hide behind. Should we need one.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Asian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Asian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Asian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Asian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Laminsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the great river of ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength.
You're welcome.
Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Ascians will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alfino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalimo shall accompany you.
Thangred and Papalimo.
Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Urianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Could we speak with Alfino now? It would seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask you to head straight away to the processing plant. The fourth have already been deployed to the area, and await arrival of a scion. Wilred will brief you of the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Uldar. I shall take command of our forces there, and with a lighter heart. Knowing. No, I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you support the front lines. Ugh. Your duties taking you to northern Thangland, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamine travels to Uldar, and we shall serve as escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances from the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations. Threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see. It's my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If the past events have taught us anything, then we must know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. I swear I can read. How extraordinary that my little Acilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I'm proud that I now stand at her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. Sorry. A colleague with influential connections. But I fear Uldar has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with the streets. Bah, woe betide the blackguard. With so much as glares in your direction, milady. Aha! I should be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way then? Yeah. Alright, hopefully I'm feeling a bit less clogged up. Eek. I'm really hoping that I muted it in time for that as well, because I imagine that did not sound very nice. Right, before we actually set off, I just need to find a bell real quick. I don't even know if there are any in Modena. Oh, there's one. Summoning bell. Just right there. Then we do that one. Send it back out on that. Right, now we're going to the cerulean processing plant. Oh yeah, I forgot we're going to take a massive look at the map. Oh, apparently I've not tuned to that one. What I said to that? Whoops. Right, what we'll do is we'll shrink that map back down. We're going to car, why not? I think the worst part is just how much I've been in that town and I've forgotten to get the aetheryte. Yeah, first things first, regret that. Right, now I need to find Wilbert. Who is... There he is. Alright, mate. Commander Levier sends word that you'd be coming. Sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. But I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I learned a trick or two since the disaster with the Amalgam. But returning to the task at hand, the Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Reborn's push. Such a force is likely interested in one thing: getting their hands on the resources found here in the processing plant. The Galleons could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein, that we might coordinate a counter-strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Private Tragus. My soldiers tell tale of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that I could sit for a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. Civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within our boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and the worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design no less. By my order, the Flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we are unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial army. I would once again ask for your aid. I got you covered, my dude. I've been keeping a close eye on that Gallian garrison. It would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared the report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I have apprised your fellow scions of the situation, and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray, report to Lieutenant Elian, and lend your much welcome strength to the counter-offensive. Sounds good. Jobs for click on my minion. Glad to have you with us. I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained that the Guardians have deployed a small force from Castro Meridianum. There we go. Their main column assembles to the north of near Dalmud's Talons. We've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish to rush forth and commit battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant, pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Commander Ilbert. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows welcome to lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the force should have little trouble contending with all the Galleons throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The third was getting restless, hauled up in Ulder, and so I matched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defences, and add numbers to your counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. We've enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. It would seem it would be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Galleons. A wise strategy indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. There are no objections. The Scions shall join the fourth and give battle to this main column. You're in the third then, Warrior of Light. Your job is to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the power plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Uyahase. The scouts should have a rough idea where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. The way that I'm doing this voice doesn't sound right to me. I feel like I've not got the accent down again. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to great coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate is split into smaller squads. The better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground, and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. You're seeing, and seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour and clear, to clean of enemy soldiers. Aye, this will be simple search and destroy. Oh god. Sorry, there was a sneeze, sort of like on its way, and then it stopped. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Always concerning when they essentially just go, yeah, we'll all group up over here. You go do that. Always concerning. Especially when we know for a fact there's traitors in his midst. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean that between us, more than a few galleons won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I'd be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another one of those Magitech horrors. It's time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will continue contact the Fourth and let Lieutenant Elian know that the west is clear. I'd appreciate it if you would do the same to report to when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Yep, I will let him know that the west is clear. But you should keep a guard there just in case. Private Tragus, what news of the Gallians? The raiding parts are no more, then? Excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer the immediate danger. Thank you for your assistance. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alien has reported a sound victory of the main column, and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is, a Rodigan lady with a large axe. It appears she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thanlan is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I'd certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue your on your way.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know, as Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it?
Right, I be.
Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether. Which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
He senses me. A useful talent.
Oh god, it's Victor Salzburg.
Hanasian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath.
I'm wondering if he's actually speaking like this, or if he's doing that weird other speak that Asian seem to do.
Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales.
Yeah, okay. He's definitely speaking in Asian.
And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydelin has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the stuff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. Unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Like ASAP. Ba-ba-ba-ba. You see, it seems like a really bad idea to be setting up like a base of operations, given the last two with... given what's happened with the last two. That way. I always get confused when it like plants me in somewhere. It's just like, right, I need to turn around, but which way? You're here. Master Louis Far's staff is kept safe in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now, Leg it. Not anymore, eh?
You two.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on.
Wait, being of this world?
But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting.
I forget we're on the source, are we?
I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Shloop.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Seems like a bit of a stupid idea to leave it open, doesn't it? The chrysalis. I'll be honest, I've not actually been keeping track of how many quests I've actually been doing, and I'm curious as to where we are. Okay, so we're 16 quests from the end. Oh, I just remember this one, I don't like this one. I didn't understand one of the phases. It's got a phase that's like really confusing, I think. Either that or it's like really easy to understand and I just didn't understand at the time. Because big dum dum. Forget about me, go! I would go, but gotta wait on a party, you know. They don't let me just walk into portals by myself. I claim the new seat of power. I am the antecedent now. It's weird how there's like literally no one else actually in here. Except this guy, look at his... Oh. I was gonna say look at his face, but it seems like there's dots everywhere. Looks like there's a face there. Rather happy one. Hippie, hippie, hippie. It's moments like this that really slow down progress. Oh, okay, they just don't let you climb on those. There shall be no climbing of scenery. Come on, just... Hey, there we go. That's all I wanted to do. I guess people don't want to queue for the chrysalis. Understandable. But still kind of sad. Yeah. Feel thick. Yeah, I do kind of like this outfit. It's just a shame that the helmet for this set looks so balked. Got like a wing over here, and you got like wings over here. It don't look great. But luckily I transmugged it to look like a Moogle. Upsetting to have an average wait time of 9 minutes though. It's even worse when your average wait time's like 30 minutes. Oh, I didn't like the look of the Holy Lands. Right. Fair enough. Nope. That is what we call a hard pass. Right, display gear. What does Thundercloud look like? Oh, looks alright. That's pretty cool. It's a shame it requires you beating Odin like 5 times. I'm assuming that's with the Fate, not the trial. Why did I buy a faded one? What a spanner. Right, I guess we'll just hang on to that maybe. It's like 500. It's completely wasted. Oh, actually, did they do rings? They do. Yeah, well, I might actually just save it. I'll just save it for now. Less said about that one, the better. Well, we found one other person in the queue. So that's nice. Yeah, well, they can hold on to that. In fact, once hit level 50, they can probably equip this Worm's Mail. Then they look cooler than they already do. Yeah, there's a quest later on about level 70. Like for the Dorman refugees. And I think there's a guy supposed to spawn about here, but the quest is kind of bugged. So I had to wait like several weeks to actually get it completed. Hey! Oh, Doug was nearly poking my eye out. Oh, that explains it. I could feel me chair rumbling. Looked outside, there's a rather large delivery van. Oh, come on, tank. Ah. 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 Come on. Come on. Hey. Give him a good old stabby jabby. Another center one, maybe? No. Ouch. That's a really awful place to land. Right. Right, so basically what you do here is you grab alternating orbs. So there's one that'll increase the physical damage you take and one that'll increase the magical damage you take. The one that increases magical damage gets countered by the one that does physical, and vice versa. Right, what we need to do is just keep an eye out for this rift. Right, where's this rift? Rift. Right, tanks take those, we search for this rift. I believe. Where's this tower? Oh, there is. And then the last bit should be easy enough. Even without the blessing of light, it just slapped that dude. Let's just come out with Minfilia is such a useless character. I'm like, poor lass.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
Basically, I don't know how much you were lurking last time, or how much you were listening last time, I should say.
What trickery is this?
But we lost the Blessing of the Light. We still have the Echo, but we lost the essentially we lost our Divine Shield. We've been searching a way to kill Ascians. White Oricite is our way to contain and potentially kill Ascians.
No, you cannot. No.
They're just still Minfilia along with like the head of a staff.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free.
We just bet up an Ascian to take back Minfilia and the head of this staff.
Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light.
And now we're here.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the Blessing of Light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me. I shall make you pay for your insolence.
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now. The choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Not anymore, you know. Suck it, jabroni. Now we just need to get, you know, my white Oricite.
Moonbreeder. She's she's gone.
Went for a good cause. I'm of course saying this because I don't want to risk crying. Because that was
You
very
did it,
sad.
my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Ariange know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens. Yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft
damn
did he
you.
impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through
Yes,
his
no
noble
worries.
sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored,
I need
has
a Realm
branded
Reborn
a
to stop
pariah
making me
in his
cry.
own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty
It's
as
like
a
the
man
third
of
time
learning,
it's done it.
and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louis Soir I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louis Soir hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. And after all, was it not Master Louis Soir's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved.
Yeah, I can understand
Now
why.
she has gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Asians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
I mean, to be fair, he was like a really close friend of the character that just died. They're giving like a little eulogy. Is it a eulogy? It might be a eulogy. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it's just how it goes though sometimes. Never have I seen Oriange so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Sharlayan Manor to celebrate Moonbreeder's life and mourn her passing. Ah, good, materia. I definitely use that. And by use that, I mean, you know, sell it to the nearest merchant. As Moonbreeder was a native of Sharlayan, I feel it's only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with this stone? It is a monument found at Rithfrost, and is sacred to Thaliak, a guardian deity of the City of Learning. There we shall pray for our dear friend's soul. I bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Yes. Use. I shall definitely use this materia. Shifty eyes. Aha! I was right, it was still in the sun. Whereabouts are we headed? Oh, I can't even fly over that, that's sad. Yeah. It'd be nice if there was like an option of pick some of this materia, or pick like some of those, like bronze pieces or silver pieces, because that would have been so much nicer. Oh, the houses are really expensive. I only got one on my main thanks to a friend of mine lending me some money. Please be voiced so I don't have to read it. No, I've just not gone around selling them yet.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it.
See, what I find funny about Moonbreeder is she's a scholar, but she uses an axe instead of the book that scholars use. She uses an axe.
And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
It's going about multi-classing.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
It's a world of magic, though. Everyone can recover from stuff. As long as you don't die on screen, they're fine. If they quote-unquote die off-screen, you can never trust that. Could all be a cunning ruse. The carbuncle, this one, was a star mount. The car, that one, is 200,000 MGP at the Gold Saucer. But you also have to go through the event quest chain, which requires you to have finished like the base Around Reborn story. Like, you have to have finished this quest here, and then you can accept that quest. Hi Ruth, and it's just hit me now because you've just arrived. I never actually asked how you both are. How are you both doing? Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent, it is my job to be the pillar of strength for you others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree? Yeah. Yeah, I can agree with that. Okay, yeah, the shiny one's a star mount. Gotta pay real monies for that one. And yeah, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, that's fair. Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. Me chest. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we have to forge ahead in our duty. With our duty, in our duty, same difference. The battles we've fought have taken the lives of so many. Louis Soir, Moonbreeder, our fellows of the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need to remind you of this, of course. It is for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. It's not weakness. Being sad isn't weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Pretty sure I don't need to read that. That's pretty clear on the screen. I don't need to read that one. Have you a moment? I believe Ida wishes a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreather's passing. My heart aches to see her so downcast. Stop, Minfilia, stop! Stop it! Hey, it's empty! Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago. It's ready to be picked up. Sorry, I really badly needed to cough then. I mean, they're all decent in their own sense, except for, you know, Paplima and Tataru and Kryle. Because they're potatoes. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Wraithfrost. What's sus? What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? Yeah? You got you running errands now? Them scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending a saviour of yours here to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously though, you'd best learn how to say no or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you're here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here then, take it. And tell Ida lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. God knows she needs to. I'm just going to get rid of all of this. There we go. Yeah, you can buy like furnishings for your house should you want to. And this person, I believe, sells an extremely expensive mount. Look at that, 50. Yeah, 50 million for that. I have no idea what a Discord bot would be for Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not on a Final Fantasy XIV server. What I can tell you is it is the free company that I'm currently in. It's also the sound that chocobos make. And it's less of a Ida being lazy, she just couldn't face the task at the moment. Grief being how it is. Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. I tell her I like it just fine the way it is. She says again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Here's the moon daisy. Yeah, you sell things for Gil. Moonbreed and love these things, you know. Hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her. In the live stream, she knows. The very beating heart of the planet itself.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
You see, I'm not sure if it was that.
I think it is.
I'm not sure if it was that moment or if the room temperature has actually just dropped. But hearing that roar just gave me chills. Ah.
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Oh yeah, that's something else that was going on. We heard from Midgard Sama, which is that little whelp that keeps floating around behind us. The whole Ishgard situation is getting worse. Because apparently dragons can communicate in ways that we can't understand. Or as they phrase it, beyond our ken. So like beyond our knowledge. Yeah, we got told by Midgard Sama that there's been a call to battle. And that Ishgard will burn. So... yeah. Oh god, I can't even walk in a door. So we are likely to be heading to Ishgard pretty soon. I mean, I know it's pretty soon anyway, because when we started the stream we were like within 20 quests, but still, pretty soon we'll be off to Ishgard. A land of snow and clouds and things. It is 4:30 for us at the moment. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreather's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kurthus will soon arrive. We must hasten to hear her report. Wow, that is quite late. The envoy is here. Oh, I've never had to voice you. Why do I have to put on a voice for you? Ah! I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians? Aye. The dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the central highlands a short while ago. The battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Aymeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of noble houses finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced to retreat, our victory, if it should be called, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then? We do, though it pricks our pride. It is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well, we shall depart for Kurthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Uldar must take precedent. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with the three companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case with the leaders? Or to their leaders, whoops. There's a lot of these voices that are just going to sound the same. Oh, it's because I don't tend to keep a lot of water around. So I would literally just be drinking cola. Which I do anyway. Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf. I dare not promise for a favourable reply. Need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. Then I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations, and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that the plea does not receive a favourable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. It's only to be expected. Rest assured that I will speak to Sir Aymeric's authority. Speak with Sir Aymeric's authority in this matter. That our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgard-Sormer and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield as an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. 'Twould seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive some today. Slow stroll. Time's of the essence, kid. Time is of the essence.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
And now dragons can reach the city proper. Which is generally not a good thing. Yeah, she spent a while in the cold, it's understandable. Plus I imagine summoning a primal would be rather draining. It seems I was the swiftest. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Alright, we're on Defenders of Ishgard. I'm just gonna check. Okay, we're 5 quests away from the next trial. From the looks of things. We could land and help out, but nah. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They're the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. ... Oh, how far are you in the story at the moment? We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion, but we'll be fine. Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. Just went past what you did yesterday. Right, basically, you know when we were fighting the primals and stuff earlier, and we got the little crystals. Like we had one that was like ice aspected, one that was water aspected, one that was fire aspected, one that was wind, one that was lightning, and one that was earth aspected. So I had like 6 of the crystals. And like when you got them, you'd have like a little cinematic player. And you'd be like surrounded by all 6 crystals when you got them, and you'd have like this thing happen. Yeah, Midgard Salma was just like, yeah, you're not using that anymore, and basically just stripped us of that Blessing of Light. Because Heidelin, not only the ground we walk on, but also the Mother Crystal, the Crystal of Light. She gave us her blessing, and so we became a warrior of light. We were strengthened by the echo, and yeah, now we don't have the blessing of light. When I laid my eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. So it seemed the heretic struck the first, and most telling, blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. You've learned of the heretic's treachery, and Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against the defenders. They then came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But then let us speak of more of this back at camp. Sir Aymeric awaits you. It's closer to like a divine shield that we've lost. So like we don't have any defense against the dark now. I believe we should still be fine for attempted primal influence just because of the echo. But like, say if we were to fight Ultima Weapon again, and they were to go ha ha ha, I'm going to cast Ultima, we would not get that shield. We've also lost contact with Hydaelyn, because I'm pretty sure the Blessing of Light let us communicate with Hydaelyn. But that's gone. It's like bye bye. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bidden and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Horchefort will know where Sir Aymeric means to receive us. Receives us right in the radio, he does. Ah, it is a very bold move. Greetings, Horchefort. Spicy meatballs. It is reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend whose, when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster, though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived. He would treat with you in the intercessory. I hate that word. Please pick another word for it. Just give it a name. Call it like the meeting room. Call it the talkie room. Just don't call it an intercessory. I hate that word so much. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Oh, please do. Intercessory. I hate that word so much. They use far too many like archaic words and antiquated terms. I thank you for coming with such haste. I apologize for my absence. Suffice to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, but we recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Elfino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close and stalwart friend of mine. To a close and stalwart ally, Estinian. I've already met him, thank you. He was in my Dragoon questline. That's not Estinian. That's Estinian. There we go. I just see Harshathor walking. I'm just like, you're not Estinian, you poser. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? An impressive title, though I confess, I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such matters as a lance, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and thus contend with any Dravanian. Yeah, except I beat him up earlier, you know. I was 4 levels lower than I currently am. I just beat him up, you know. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. If ever I was without equal, I am no longer, as my fellow Azure Dragoon here will attest. Be at ease, Anthony. I did not come to challenge you this day. Haha! The reference, I actually know him already. Nice. Well now, that we, not well now, it's well now that, Alright. Well, now that we've been introduced, let us proceed to the matter of hand. I would share with you what we have learned about Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the great 7 worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many of the scars on our walls from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the beast's, the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of unforetold power. Untold, not unforetold. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of its strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. I swear I can read. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The Eye itself is secreted deep within a vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. Looks at Estinian. I don't think it has. But those stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons are of another matter. They are individuals within that Dravanian horde, whom an entire company of knights would labour to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength, though the endless march of years the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand these creatures do not share our perception of time. It is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole in their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? Drink. I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This is much to be expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. We fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger. Most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garleans arrive, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthus. They would not have even have to draw steel. Imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Ahem. Very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Sir Aymeric. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not. I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wherever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared? Was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl this horde against Danifan's collar, and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt that the worm has summoned his minions to war. Oleg gasp. We definitely didn't find this out earlier from our friend Midgard Soma. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavour will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in a common cause. Sir Aymeric was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? That the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders. I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff on that Square Enix store that's like must resist urge. And then like you end up buying it anyway because it must be done. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. Commit to the cause. Where was that? Ooh. 3 quests after this one. If we were to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. And it's all the way down here. It shall be done. Okay, so that should be directly behind me. Nope, not directly. On the upside though, like finishing the base story, you get like a free Fantasia, so you don't have to worry about that unless you decide to change later on. Like, is it my Trackball saddlebag? Nope, I do not know where I've put them. I've got a Fantasia somewhere. I probably passed it to my retainer, to be fair. They're like, here, you all onto this, will you?
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
I got real important matters to talk about here. We must go to war. How do you mean, add me, sorry? Do you mean like on Final Fantasy?
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
Are you on the... I believe it's Light Data Center.
All those people.
Because if not, then I don't think you can.
The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end.
Kid, I made
For
to...
those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Army for long run, don't worry about that.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Everyone's like, nod. 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 Yeah, unless you're on the Light Data Center, I don't think you'll be able to. I'm on Odin. I shall pop it in here. I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermissaries for the duration of the conflict. Ah, you're on North America. Actually, that makes sense, given you said it was like 11:30. Oh, it's probably just past midnight for you, isn't it? That is rough. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support, I leave to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of your own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight to the snowfields of Kurthus. It is not unimaginable that the fight may spill across the border. Pray brief Slathborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our wall. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, I might suggest that you have Tataru accompany you. She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp on the practical challenges we may encounter. Poor Tataru. She tries, but she's not good at anything combat related. Tried to be an arcanist. Her carbuncle wouldn't listen to her and ran off. I don't know if she actually tried anything. We are rather close to Kurthus, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defences and take stock of supplies. Oh, we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go. I have 100 things to discuss with Slathborn. Only 100? My. What a short list. Such a short list. Only 100 things. Only 100. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding a room for an infirmary, as well as a temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past. I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I'll not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will stay the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she pleases. He or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf. You might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. That is unlikely. Hey, Warren Ishgard? Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tells me to stay well away from Ishgard. Just walks up like, you're right, mate. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess. But that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire about the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilred was there, the 4th that day. I want to know if you've seen him since, have you? God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, and black market weapons went missing from our vaults in Ulda. So now, of course, half the braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me know, we're in a motley crew of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now compare to most others in this crew. Wilred's fresh-faced novice, bleeding whelp among wolves. But the boy's got passion. He talked about being a guardian of Eorzea. Bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. Ain't the type. And then, this is just between you and me, mind. There's a fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about Braves numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I stumbled upon. Now I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road, you got a war to rage. So I'll let you get on. Just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Sam, today. And I'll be seeing you, Riel. I'll be seeing you. There's something fishy about a foot. And I'm guessing it's the people that are out for the coin. So, Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege. Those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. Ah, but I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do? Yep, abandon your post, that's always the best course of action, truly. Okay, I'm not sure what to do, let me just walk away. Where are you? There you are. You angular adventurer, you. Volunteer my services in defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. I mean, fair. You don't want to get your bloodline like cursed with some weirdness. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons were a fearsome lot, but slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watch me like a bloody hawk he did. Still, but it'll be worse than that for a heavy purse. So we have 1 likely, 1 possibly, and 2 definitely knows. There you are, Sam Diddy. So, did you sway any hearts? 1 or 2, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slathborn's friends. We won't be the largest company of the army, but I'd say 1 Revenant Stole veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Oh, I've been so caught up in recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alphino. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Avno said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. Back to Ul'dah. One day, we will be in Ishgard. That hat looks really weird alongside like normal clothes. I'm gonna level a paladin, I think, at some point, and get hold of all the Warrior of Light stuff from the Crystal Tower Reds. Chamber of Rule, that's where we're going. The only thing that I need to sort out then is a decent sword and shield to match the armor. I'm pretty sure a shield we get through the Heaven's Rod quest line that can work with it. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I'd hoped to proceed with these negotiations 1 leader at a time, but it would seem my urgent request for an audience have prompted the gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let's join them, shall we? Please be a voiced cutscene, please be a voiced cutscene, please be a voiced cutscene.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Graves' intervention.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Graves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
So I'm just pouring a drink. There we go.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but 2 of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes, the free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
That seems a bit sus.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Ye also be suspect. Ah, I see why Automods picked that up. Just for like future reference, if you're referring to those data centers, refer to it as like JP, because JAP is like it's an offensive term, we'll say. And I'm just gonna give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't actually know that. I'm just going to click deny on that one. Hi, catch that, Ruth. Hope you have a good time. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horshefond and Sir Aymeric to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, a short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eordia's guardians. What was that pronunciation? Guardians. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault is begun? We have but this moment to conclude our audience with the Alliance. We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durendair at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I'll join you as soon as I am able. would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defense of the Steps of Faith. Report to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Back to Curthus. To the Central Highlands. But now I'm on the Europe data centers, not the North American ones. Are they okay? They're flying into walls and stuff. You are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent? Then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain the scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely precaution to the assault on Ishgard proper. A precursor, not precaution. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Consider it done. The most horrific sight, a Dragoon riding into battle on a carbuncle. They're riding into battle like, fear me, I am the Asia Dragoon. Let's get that Captain America meme. No, I don't think I will. Crikey, look at him. So get Birdo back. Good old Birdo. The double assault wyvern. Right, they're fine now, they're just a bit out of breath. And next we go over this side. I really hope I don't need to keep swapping sides. Pressing the wrong buttons. Yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Ah, this will be the bit that I saw someone doing earlier. So many people. Right. Oh yeah, it's Tuesday or weekly reset, wasn't it? Which means if I check my challenge log, it should be all brand new. Nice. Oh, there you are. The Horde Commander. If I can help them get through this bit, that means that there's at least another DPS that I know is queuing for this. That does not look like the same bridge that I saw earlier in that cutscene. Not at all. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dravania devils. Damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We'll avenge the deaths of your we'll avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. And then we're on the steps of faith. Hey, you commit yourself to the siege. You should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith. A great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than a simple means to cross a sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danifan's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Isard stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge, wherein the wards are sealed. Now rest on us. All now rests on us, adventurer. Lead your comrades out of the steps of faith, and prepare to meet the Horde. May the Fury guide your blades. Right, before we do this, I haven't actually run any ad breaks so far. It's been like 2.5 hours. But I'm going to run a quick ad break now, dash to the toilet, and we'll queue when we get back. Because I don't trust it to not, like, insta-queue. So yeah, we'll be back shortly. Sorry about that. I couldn't go straight away. There was someone in there. Problems with the one bathroom between 5 people, I suppose. Now to wait for the queue times. Oh yeah, I forgot. They're off to the cinema, aren't they? I'll check that out later. Right. Couple of the eye colours that you can get. My Discord picture is based on this character. All of the emotes are based on my main, which is on Omega on Chaos. Hey look, Nuada Silverhand. That's the person that was helping out with their dragons over this side. Never Happy, I think we saw in Modona? I think it was Modona. I could be wrong. I could be very, very wrong. Hmm. Yoke-san! Yoke-san! I think, whilst we wait, we'll head to the Gold Saucer, because then at least we get some, like, music. And potentially, something to do. Yeah, depending on, hopefully, like, one of 2 fates. Fates? Gates. Also, I forgot to actually do my cactus pot. And see now, I'm going to get my first card and it's going to be like, haha, Q popped. Well, that's unfortunate. Try this one. Oh, look at that position of 3, that's sad. Now that is sad. We'll try across Southern. 306, very nice, very nice. To the cactus board. Now, in all honesty, I'm probably far too late to actually collect this. But worth a shot. Oh, talked to the wrong person, that's why. I'm expecting all of these to be consolation. We got a last matching number. Nice. Then we'll leap of faith. I can't do that one. Yeah, well, let's just randomize. Nope. Back to this one. 6, 5, 8, 3. We'll just triple down on it. Except if we do manage to match like any numbers, we get 3 lots. If we don't, then we get 3 lots of consolation prizes. But that is the way the cookie crumbles. That's just how it do. How much MGP do I actually have? 9,000. Oh, so close. And yet, so far. I'm pretty sure the card is like 10k? Yeah. That's real sad. Especially because I don't want to leave queue. How long is it after this dungeon until we're finished? Oh. So after this dungeon there's another 9 quests. Which I don't think we've done too bad. Oh, I've just realised one of the rules is plus. We're going to get destroyed. It's just how it do. Oh, I should have plonked him there. I should have plonked Ifrit there. Stop making me go first. Just take the entire board, why don't I? Well, actually, how much? Oh no, we're like 600 off on it. That's going to be rough, so I'll just do that. Not claim it, but not lose a decent position either. Right. I can't even make it over plants. It's just bad. Out of me way. Oh, so close. So close and yet so far. I shall have my card. Also, I love how I said I'm probably about to lose, and I've just gone forward to slap him multiple times. Do that. We'll draw out an attack. Then when he attacks, we shall plonk that one there. Und sen vi plonks this one here. We can claim that one there. Oh god! That's why 1, 2. Yeah. Haha! Turned it back on you, I did. Oh, Chuckwa, that's one I didn't have from him. Hehehe, cheers, mate. As long as I don't accidentally show off a one side, I should be completely fine. Don't even have to worry about nothing being flipped, except for their cards. Oh, this does not bode well. Never mind. Come on, DPS. Click the button. Thank you. Instantly a healer's just left. Right, where am I supposed to be actually hitting with this? 'Cause it doesn't feel like it's actually doing any damage. Oh, nope. Oh crap, we're gonna need to move from here. I'm quite confident, because otherwise that is gonna hurt. Boing! Yeah, no worries, buddy. Hope you enjoy your food. Right, now we jump off that. Sprint back to the next one. Furthest we can reach is about there. I'm supposed to be using that as well, aren't I? Yeah, to stun them. Just like fighting Lao Shan, this is. Only nothing like fighting Lao Shan. Head down here as fast as we can. And jump back on Bertha. Oh god. Oh crap. Oh! Nope. If we fail this because someone forgot to use a snare, I'm going to be rather sad. Apply commendation, go to you. We can just leave. Christ. I was really worried that we're going to fail that. The dragons! They're withdrawing! Victory is ours! Hurrah! Huzzah! Hurrah! Huzzah! Funny. Just runs up like slap slap. You did good, kid. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. I must go, my people need me. Hello, Alfino. The great dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was so fierce, but was also fierce. But my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Levier, Sam today. True to your word, you have arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried off the field, from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks in the with the proper courtesy. I too would offer my thanks. Through your deeds we have achieved a victory of a singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. But mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Orson Alliance once more. Also, this is a music that is going to get the VOD marked on YouTube. It's going to have a copyright claim, I can see it now. Luckily, not a copyright strike, just a claim. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Asians and the Empire. But, step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And, as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us great hope for the future. For the morrow? Yeah. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, will take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Ul'dah, and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll. Share your tale with Minfilia in person. Back to Mordona. Wait, how many quests do we have left? 9. Ah, yes. I remember now. I say I remember, I don't actually remember, I've just looked it up. But 9 it be. 9 it be. Almost done, are we? With the realm reborn. Almost free to fight dragons on the regular. We can hear them talking like Ilchim. Samtony, welcome back. Alfno sent word of the siege and, of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me. Thank you. Oh look, more useful materia. Yay. You must be wary. Oh, weary, not wary. You must be weary. And now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent. Hello. A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. Royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul'Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege. You, for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers' contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place of such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send a hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Ah, but mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We had scarce time to mourn Gridida, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. Carouse? But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasion may bring about momentous change, this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favour of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I've never known Tataru to decide such requests. Could aught be amiss? Well, she was getting buried in paperwork. Actually, I wonder if that's one of the quests that got cut out, because there's quite a lot of quests being cut out of around Reborn. Yeah, well, I'm going to have a look at the quest. Oh god, not new tab. There we go. You know, I don't even know. Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. Tataru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think of it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Well, they're still all sad. There's I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. I'm guessing Thancred has wooed a bunch of ladies and they're all arguing over who's... Yeah, he's definitely wooed some ladies and they're all fighting over him. Oh dear. Yeah, no, it's highly priced here too. Thancred's just a Thancred. That promiscuous little scamp. Right, Tataru, where are you, Tataru? There you are, Tataru. Oh, Sanity, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone, it's nothing really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. Ah, you always know what to say. I'm glad we had this little chat. I didn't really say anything, I just came up to you, poked you on the shoulder, and you're like, ah, this is my plan. I suppose sometimes it just requires someone to be like a focus. Like, it's not necessarily what they're saying, it's just the fact that you are talking to them is helping you piece together things in your brain. Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, not with the recent excitement, but with but something made me realize there's no time like the present. And the time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. But if you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, you certainly have earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the crystal braves, and the scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hoary Boulder and Coulternet have been promoted from guard duty to fill in our need for competent warriors. So it seems only right that I, too, should acquire the power to defend myself and others. More importantly, when I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Bow. I suppose that's more of a courtesy, but you know. Whoa, hey! That's more of a whoa, hey! It's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by Lalafell. Never seen Mr. Taro so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, antecedent? Ah, not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Ah, yes. Pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I must humbly request that another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. Bow. Hey, I'm right here, man. I'm right here. Don't say hi or nothing. The power to defend oneself? Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima? Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance into the Arcanists' Guild in Limsa? Yes, that would be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see if that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but I'm sure I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Horibolda with a capable adventurer? Well, I am sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now I fully realize that you are more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a man of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault. I thank you. Now it seems only fair that I explain the more important task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea seeking etheric readings, that we might better understand the impact of the primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask adventurers in our service to serve as escort. Horibolda and Coulternet were to act as such escorts, as was the third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty. Hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You are truly a pillar of strength. Horibolda will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Well, that situation's cleared up, it seems. Ah, Samtadi. Is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coulternet? Our misfortune is becoming a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thought brings you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need do is follow the man, and he will determine the most appropriate location to take his readings. In spirit, Samtidi. In spirit, we shall be together every step of the way. Alright. So I need to go to South Shroud, Camp Tranquil. I can pay my way, thank you. I'm not one of these kinds of people that just sit about, not doing nothing. Not paying their way, so to speak. At last, the Science Man deigns to grace me with his presence. Pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isomha. Come, we are late enough as it is. Alright, no need to be rude, you know. I only just got given this mission. Actually, I only just got given and only just got briefed on this mission. Thank you very much. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Stupid fly traps. I see we've both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though, if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Malt awaits. Shall we? Oh, you seem like a butt, but I suppose that's just... some intelligent people don't seem to like having manners. That, or they apply them strangely. Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for the dangerous beasts as I work. Yeah, sure. Don't worry about it, I got it. I got it covered, my friend. You just stand over there and do your stuff, you know? You just do whatever your sick little heart desires. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps it should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. What more One more site to survey. Right, it's a really weird sight to look down and see. Oh, those blooming things. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety. I think this is the entrance to Amdapor? I'm scrolling. Oh yeah, Amdapor, there you go. But you decide to try and fight me, revenants. I swear I shall make it not a nice experience for ye. Oh, no, we got more. These things are so squeaky. He's attacking us now. Whee! There we go. This data should prove invaluable too. Ye gods, what's that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I'll not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. It's probably the stropers over there. They don't smell too appetizing. You chose to paddle in the Ica whilst a while longer, I take it? No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Aeolus' ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's fount. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. Alright, so I've got two things to actually do up at Earth's font. One of which leads into the Odin trial, the other one does not. And I need to ensure that I don't accidentally wander into there because I will not survive, quite frankly. Oh, that's why there's Amdapor Keep and there's the lost city of Amdapor. Huh. Interesting, very interesting. Actually, where are we on the map? Okay, yeah. I watched a video by Jesse like yesterday. There's like Amdapor here, and I don't remember which one it was here. But this is where the white mages originated, and this is where the black mages originated. They had like a whole war between them. I'll get this sorted quickly. because otherwise I probably will not remember to come back here. Right, there's Earth's Fount accessible. And that will be probably sorted when I hit level 80. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take the measurements. From this, I'm guessing there will not be any combat up here. Otherwise, it would have been purple. And somewhat smoky. Yes, yes, quite high. Yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could it be the presence of a primal to account for the difference? Is there something else? Something else. Something else. Like gasp. Scion! Scion, come here! I need you! That's Wilred, that is. Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. There you are. Ori and I were worried when your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog. But not by one. No, these wounds were made by a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in the area. What caused Wilred to come here? What should we do? We'll see to the scholar's protection. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. So do I. You were betrayed, you were. The fact there is not on his shield, not on his sword, means that he weren't anticipating an attack. Which means he must have trusted the one who done it. They betrayed him and he did. Feels it right in me socks, I do. Right in me socks. Ah. Semtide, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Wilred dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I'll send word to Alphino at once. He'll want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Well, who would do this? And why? All the way to Limsa. I'm really looking forward to Heaven's World just 'cause I love how the dragons actually speak in Final Fantasy 14. Like, apparently, Midgard Summer excluded because apparently he just likes to speak in Eolzian, not Dravonian. That or they decide to try a sort of, hey, you understand this language, sort of. So you can hear it as English, which, you know, fair enough. But I would prefer it the other way. Prefer to be able to hear it as it's said. But that time will come soon enough. Report. Real money trading. Agree. Accept. Be gone. Hup. Sam today? What are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason why I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru Taru, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thubirgheim's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again. Bum, 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 bum. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanists Guild. You require assistance. So, you are acquainted with our newest member. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited for the study of Arcanima. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. The thought occurs to me, why not supervise Tataru's training? You are clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem the ideal person to have on hand. A trial will be conducted at the cliff south of Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance. Zephyr. I hadn't attuned to this one. Cool, can I move now? Oh, thank you. Yeah, apparently I was just missing that one. Or azure seas the pirate's port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught, came the lass whom none could fool. Beat him with a backdraft, beat him with got him with a gust, deck him with a downburst. Go, Carbuncle, go! Ho ho ho! Are those the crates I spy? Ah, this must be the true test. But we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? Ah, come back, Campbell, come back! I should have known you'd come. You needn't say a word, your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left to the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I'll inform Master Thubergeim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Wah! I wouldn't say it's something to beat yourself up over. It might not be just because one thing isn't your thing, doesn't mean you can't give it a try. And so you're not suited for it. So what? Who cares? You got other things going for you. You're a damn fine receptionist. You're good with numbers. I'm terrible with numbers, so helps me. Ah, back so soon? How fared our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, Mistress Thubergeim. Abysmally, as Sam Teddy would testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. Completely and utterly unqualified. I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambition lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you gain a solid grasp of fundamentals of Start that again. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled to even summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, Mistress Thubergeim. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Poor little Tataru Taru. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That's it, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little while longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. Ooh, confident are we? Dangerous game in these parts. Acceptable, though. I wish you luck, Tataru Taru. I really don't like the naming convention of Lalafels. Such as like Nanama Ulnama and Telegiadaleji. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the drowning wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested at this time of year in Bloodshaw, one which produces the most marvellous pearls. However, those clams are also coveted by a certain wild creature, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let's be off. What fortune! I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. Jesus, look at the size of those. I like both of them. If mine drops first, I'll give them a hand with those. It is looking like mine will drop first. Mind you, I also have a carbuncle helping out. Well fought, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls, so named for their reddish hue. They were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of a power to defend myself and other people in a way, right? In a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Flamine waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the sounds of in the Lominson market. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Maybe heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent. Tell her she needn't worry about me. Farewell, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? And we never saw her again. Walking off into the sunset. Rather sinister, wasn't it? Turns around just like, turns around to walk off again. I knew we would return here ere long. I just felt it. Right in me bones, I did. Ba, 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 ba. Welcome home. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa. My, it sounds as though she's had quite an adventure. While it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging in my request. We only have 4 quests to go. Though recent events weighed heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard. The first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbours from the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean Alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Ascians both, against desperate odds. We have fought and won. But the Primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation. Their triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies, broken on the steps of faith. Before our eyes, in this very room, our dear friend Moonbreeder. This is the very victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to join the feast in my stead. Alas, it's a royal banquet. All of our allies will be in attendance. It's our duty to present a united front, and we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. Seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Uldar, and we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had settled for leaving Tataru and Lamine a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. After the big soiree, raise a glass for me, eh? Or not. You don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind? Well, we found our friend. By the Navigator, Willard's dead. God damn it, they must have been rumbled. Sod it. It's past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from, so I had to dig around on the quiet, like. And sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coin's been making its way into the Braves' coffers courtesy of a Dodo consortium. Daft name for a business if I've ever heard one. It's what gave me the inkling that something weren't right. Went through the ledgers again, found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the credit. Showed us up for the amateurs we are. Sure to call in one business the bribery consortium. Don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men the first and third are taking Telechi's coin. But now we know some of them are. But now we know some of them are. You wager me right eye the other ones are what done for Wilred. You're this young fool, taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract some attention. You were. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. God damn me. Still, I don't see what Telechi hopes to accomplish. He had his scheme with all the care of a drunk peeing in the wind. No, he's cleverer than this. We need to be cleverer too. It's one way we'll ever. That's the one way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitors, bar stewards from our ranks. On that you have my word. It's empty. Mind yourself while you're in your Uldar, eh? Right into a storm, I can smell it. Kind well sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Yeah, after this quest, there's 3 quests, which means we're almost in Heaven's Ward. And you know, much I want to check out the other games, like the stream that I'm raiding after this. What we're going to do is, I think, finish around Reborn, and then we can start up Heaven's Ward brand new. The next stream. Well, the next Final Fantasy stream, that is. Because the next stream, that'll be Destiny. We've been waiting for you. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I had hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi sent word that you are needed in the quicksand. We will go on ahead. Pray join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Have fun, all. Give my regards to Momodi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. Oh, the quicksand. I'm an idiot. I don't know why, but I read quicksand and my brain's like, aha, waking sands. That's where we need to be. No. Adventurers Guild, that's where we need to be. Not going on about this pre-return to the waking sands business again. Let me tell you, that'd be rough. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Alianne, aren't you? Former adventurer? Think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came around for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked if I could give you a message. She said if the others end up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message, I grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food too. Under the circumstances, I thought those were signs of a troubled heart. Something tells me she ain't planning to confess her undying love. Which side were the coffer and coffin? Oh, Central Thanland tells me right there. I can literally just go out this door then. Apparently I've not visited everywhere in Old Eye yet, so I can't teleport out of the gates. Coffer and coffin. We're over this way, weren't it? Don't like you flying high in this place, do they? Eesh. I like flying higher and higher, but we're not allowed. Ain't this like near enough the last place that someone got shot? They're gonna try and shoot me. You stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander. And all too soon, ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of alien. Straining your ears to not straining your eyes, you hear the chatter of Kakan or the buzzing of sylphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head, only to notice the vial laying at your feet. Samtadi, is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Alien? Why no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee I would have crossed paths. Must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, is it about to begin? Should be with the other honoured guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, pray return to old Samtadi. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I shall tell her you were here. That's not suspect at all, is it?
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Shouldn't have picked up that vial, man. Tell you, there's something fishy about this. They're really fishy about it. I reckon you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Alien. What's the matter? No appetite? So she wasn't there, but this was? Yeah, let's see. It looks to be an alchemist's vial, but beyond that I can't say. Maybe best if you look onto it you holding onto it for safekeeping though. Any road, no worse worrying about Alien. Sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you've more important things to think about. Would you believe that? While you were away, another message arrived for you. Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seemed her grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So, what are you waiting for? Go on then, go!
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now, but I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom?
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
This is, it'll be iffy at best. Where actually are we? Pine glass. Oh! Chamber of Rule, that's where we need to go. We have this quest and then the next quest, and then we're in Heavensward. Right, I forgot to actually read that, I was just clicking through. Thank you for coming, sir. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before the audience, you may have it. Or, if you are ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chamber forthwith. Then basically it's just like, yep, there's going to be a few scenes which you'll have to watch in their entirety. So make sure you got time. I'm pretty sure these can't be skipped. Oh, they can. Never mind. We're not going to skip them.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in, and take your ease.
Use this time to munch on some biscuits, I think.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Yu Hase?
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy. have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But
Stone face to a fault.
The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Reborn, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
Without a doubt. Raban's a good lad.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
I'm presuming we've just been like, what the crap was that? Something is wrong with the Sultana. We need help.
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
I would not dare try. Have you not seen the enemies that I have felled?
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
Do they though? Do they? I don't think they do.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
She has really nice eyes.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
Yeah, they did. They ain't surviving that.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us now.
Leave us now.
Order, General. Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthus. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo, and his suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
Those were very bad words to pick.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
You do not mess with the Bull of Alamiga. And you certainly do not laugh in his face.
General, it is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Reborn!
Seven hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
To be fair, he's been friend of the Sultana for quite a few years. A very close friend. And when someone not only
How unlike you, old friend.
brags
I
about
did not expect to take
them
your arms
dying,
so easily.
but also laughs while explaining it.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide.
He ain't walking back from that.
And arrest this traitor as well.
Camera shakes.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Reborn. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls. And a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
Ain't no one surviving that. Mm-mm.
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
How long indeed?
Careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share poor Nanamo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah.
Ul'dah.
Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papashan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Nanamo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
Like those.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
Come along, Minfilia.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Stupid Lalafels. Their schemes and their plots.
what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Don't do it, man.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalymo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Don't have the foggiest what that spell is, but nice.
Let them have it, Ida.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Just imbue the weapons with the flair. Jesus. The reason there's so many cutscenes, by the by, is because at the end of campaigns it'll do like the story stuff for the next expansion. And this story stuff is...
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
Well, important scenes for Heaven's World.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
Sprint off right corner. Hey.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
I'm really confused now because I remember how they get out.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady.
Just apparently don't remember how they get out.
Forgive me, Mitra.
The crap is that, Harley?
Farewell, Ophelia.
Heidelin, she speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
There are two very important things that just happened there. I will return to those later on.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
It's him? No way. Of all the people to show back up. Just for context, if you didn't see like the first bit, I suppose. He's like one of the first people that you actually meet in Eorzea. Like, you ride into a city. I'm pretty sure you're always in a caravan with Alfino and Alistair, and you always encounter that guy. If not, then there's a different per se, but you should probably encounter that one again at this point.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Uldar and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
And who might you be, young sir?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monetarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Aldin's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
Yeah, there you go, Alfie. Now you're like, what, 12? 13? Oh. Oh god. Right, I'm going to have to wait until that speech bubble comes up again on my phone, and I can pause it and actually read it because that wasn't voiced. Them soldiers will keep searching for you a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back toward Ulda and get the lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Elp will be along shortly. Strong friends. The real fight's to come. Alright, let's go. Those unassuming folk can prove the greatest allies. That fellow is but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not how I envisioned it. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. I would only play into our enemy's hands. As long as you and Sam today are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Master Torpin, but Alphino, my boy! Sorry to keep you waiting. Sid? What are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly? Then he is no merchant, but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monetarists and the Crystal Braves. Kurthus, Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ulda to the Monetarists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states. But know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and his allies, no matter what the Monetarists claim. Marshal Terrapin, I don't know what to say. Ha! Now that father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. Ah, one of the good few Lalafels in the game. One of the few good, sorry. Up, up. There's no rest for the righteous. We'll be back for you both, Pippin. We'll be back for you both. Jesus, it wasn't kidding about these, it taking a while to sort these out. Been like an hour since we started the cutscenes. We should make for tramp. I've done it again. It's not a TR, it's a C. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Horshiforn. Mayhap he will know what to do. Yeah, pretty much. Gravial. Yeah, we'll come to the end of around Reborn, which should be after this next quest. Master Alphino told me your tale. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavour to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full. So yeah, this should be the last quest before Heaven's Ward kicks in. Please be voiced.
There has been word from the
Yes.
camp. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The temple knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Uldar, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The falling snows, or some such.
Now's not the time to be making those jokes, Harshaphon.
Any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Uldar will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Oh god, we've got to go to that room. I hate that room. The intercessory. Alright, that's got more cutscenes. Right, we'll leave that for next stream because it's already 8. I don't want to be spending here till like 9. Because it's a game that I want to check out, which is actually on the stream that I'm sending you to now. I do not remember what it's called. I just remember that they said it was kind of like Phasma, but also kind of not like Phasma, so it falls into a weird category. Yes, next time, the Intercessory. We'll be back tomorrow with Destiny 2, and until then, I wish you well, and I shall catch you next time. Bye now.